Oh, okay. Recording has started. Great. So I'll continue with constraints. Yesterday we had started with primary key. I'll continue from here. Everyone has this diagram in their table, right? In their node. Now, here we are. Consider this situation. Let's discuss the composite primary key. Over here, EMPNO by itself cannot be primary key. So I will combine with department number. So department number 1, I have employer number 1 to 3. Department number 2, I have employer number 1 and 2. My employer number is department 1. Department number 1 has 3 employees. Department number 2 has 2. My employer number is department. Now, how to create a composite primary key? What is the command? If I want to create a composite primary key, I cannot say EMPNO primary key followed by department number primary key, because then I am trying to create 2 primary keys, which any case is not allowed. So what I'll do is, if I want to create a composite primary key, what I'll do is, after this last column department number, I'll give a comma and I will say primary key, department number, comma employer number. This is how you create a composite primary key. Please write it, Vaibhav, Jnanu. You'll have to specify at the end of the structure. You'll have to specify at the end of the structure. So at the end of my create table command, after this last column department number, I'll give a comma and then I will say primary key, department number, comma, employer number. Yes. That's how you create a composite primary. So constraints are of 2 types. Keep writing. Constraints are of 2 types. We can have column level constraint. And we can have table level constraint. If I'm specifying constraint on single columns, Just a definition, nothing to do with the word. It's just a definition. It's just a definition, nothing to do with the working. If I am specifying constraint for individual column, it's known as column level constraint. And if I'm specifying constraint combination of two or more columns, in the case of composite, it's known as table level constraint. Table level constraint has to be specified at the end of the structure. The column level constraint is constraint specified on single column, whereas table level constraint is composite. This is specified on combination of two or more columns. And yes, a table level constraint, it has to be specified at the end of the table structure. It has to be specified at the end of the table structure. So that is table level constraint. Finish writing? तो ये क्या है? No problem. Column level, table level. Remaining points same as earlier. If you want to find out which all constraints you have created, select star from table constraints. This is the system table. Will show me constraints in all databases and all schemas. To be specific, I can specify my schema name. For example, here I'm saying where table schema equal to Bhopal. Of course, this will tell me that EMP table has a primary key, but it won't tell me which column is primary. If you want to know which column is primary key, we'll have to select from key column usage. Unique index is automatically created. In this case, it would be a composite unique index that I mentioned yesterday that MySQL takes care of. A composite unique index is automatically created. One thing is there, the order of columns when you specify composite primary key is not important for the constraint, but it's going to affect the composite unique index. I have chosen department number as first column, EMPNO as second column. Department number would be the primary index key. EMPNO would be the secondary index key. Department number will be the first column inside the index. EMPNO will be the second column inside the index. It will affect your performance. It will affect your searching. please try to keep the parent column first, child column second. And yes, if you say show indexes from EMP, you will observe that a composite unique index has been created. Of course, you can't drop this index. However, if you drop the constraint, the unique index is dropped automatically. If you drop the constraint, then the index is dropped automatically. That MySQL takes care of. And yes, to drop the primary key constraint, what will I say? I will say alter table. I will say drop primary key. This will drop the primary key constraint. To add the primary key constraint afterwards to an existing table, again you will see alter table. And if you want composite, no problem. Just separate by commas, alter table EMP, add primary key, department number, comma, employee number. You want to write all this? Please write it. Finish writing. Rishikesh. How are things in Pune?
It's going as usual.
You met Kirti or no?
No, sir.
Not yet. आज संडे आज तो मिल रहा है. So, no problem with primary key, everyone. Shall I move on to the next one? Yes. Tell then.
Yes, sir.
Cool. So after seeing primary key, note down the next one. Let's see the not null constraint. Let's learn the not null constraint. It's a very basic constraint. Just like the name is suggesting. Let's see the not null constraint. It's a very basic constraint. Just like the name suggests, the null values are not allowed Null values are not allowed. So what does this mean? This means that it's a mandatory column. Mandatory means compulsory. है ना वैभव? Mandatory means compulsory.
Yes, sir.
It's a compulsory column. User has to enter a value
Yes, sir.
for that column. दिन भर कोई भटकता नहीं यहाँ पे मैं बैच ले तो सबको आगे सबको कैमरा पे आने का है बेसिकली दैट्स अ प्रॉब्लम null values are not allowed it's a compulsory column so in our case students which column we can consider as not null can I consider ename as not null user has to enter a value for ename can I consider sal as not null user has to enter a value for sal so मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ null values are not allowed. This is similar to primary key. But how is this different from primary key, students?
Repetition allowed.
Yes. Duplicate values are allowed. Unlike primary key. See, all this comes in interviews. Similarity between primary key and not null. Difference between primary key and not null. So you should know. यहाँ पे on bola repetition, duplicate values are allowed. So in our example, I am considering ename as not null. I am considering sal as not null. You can have as many not null constraints as you want. Again, unlike primary key. Remember with primary key, I can have only one primary key per table. But in the case of not null, we can specify any number of not null constraints per table. I can have any number of not null constraints per table. Unlike primary key.
So, hello.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, sir. So यहाँ zero allowed है sir. If
Yes.
null.
Null and ASCII value. Null का ASCII value, zero का ASCII value अलग है. Blank space be allowed. Null is ASCII value 0. So except for ASCII value 0, anything else can be entered.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Students, when you ask a question, please mention your name. I'd like to know whom I'm talking to, even if I can't see you. No. So where are we? I can have any number of not null constraints per table. So I have not null constraint for rename, I have not null constraint for sal, but there's no such thing as a composite not null. Unlike primary key, I cannot say combination of ename and sal is not null. You'll have to specify a separate not null constraint for every column. And hence, this is always a column level constraint. I cannot specify not null constraint at the end of the table. Are you understanding? You cannot have a composite not null. And hence, unlike primary key again, and hence, this is always a column level constraint. This is always a column level constraint. There's no such thing as table level over here. If you want, we can write down, cannot have table level not null constraint. So let's see how to specify. Let's note down the command. I want to create EMP table. I would like ename to be not null. I would like sal to be not null. No problem. Very simple. When you create your table, for ename column, you specify not null. For sal column, you specify not null. That's all. That's all. Isn't that cool, Nyanu? Everything else will be taken care of already. Everything else is taken care of by MySQL. Now it won't allow the user to insert a null value. For ename, can't insert a null value. For sal, so simple. If you want, we can take EMPNO as primary. लिख लो फटाफट, बाद में काम आएगा. कल ही मेरे को बच्चे का व्हाट्सएप आया. उसका इंटरव्यू इतना अच्छा गया कि वो इंटरव्यूअर उसको पूछ रहा था कि डेटाबेस किसने पढ़ाया आपको. तो आई टोल्ड दैट सूरज, थैंक यू वेरी मच, मेरा नाम रोशन किया. His name is Akash from Kharghar, previous September 21. So above, you know Akash, previous batch.
No, sir. No,
This
sir,
is
I don't know.
Akash, previous batch. Was many. So I've declared ename as not null, I've declared sal as not null. Now the thing is, Good idea, Pratik. पहले कोर्स अपलोड हो जाए ना. In MySQL, प्रतीक सिंह मेरा कोर्स का लिंक उनको दे दो इंटरव्यूअर को. In MySQL, nullability is a part of the data type. Nullability is a part of the data type. I'm coming to that, Pankaj. Just give me 2-3 hours. We'll come to that point. In MySQL, nullability is a part of the data type. So if you want to see the not null columns, or if you want to find out which are the not null columns, how to find out which are the not null columns? Simple. You describe EMP, you'll get to see which are the not null columns. Let me show it to you. Let me show it to you. Let me open my workbench. Let me connect to the database. I'll create my EMP table. I'm declaring ename as not null. I'm declaring sal as not null. So if you see the screen, students, when I describe EMP table, when I say describe EMP, can you observe for EMP no, null value is yes, manje it is allowed. Whereas for ename, null is no, it means null value is not allowed. So ename and sal are not. So whether I can specify null value or not is more a feature of data type. Rather than constraint, I would say it's more a property or a characteristic of data type. And what else is there to explain? If you want to drop or if you want to remove the not null constraint afterwards, how to remove the not null constraint afterwards? You will say alter table EMP, modify ename, varchar of 25, null means what? I can specify null value in future. I'll show it to you. Modify name varchar of 25 null. It means it will allow null values in future. So if I give this command, see the screen, see the screen. If I give this command, and now if I describe EMP, what do you observe? For rename, I can now insert null value. And lastly, if you want to add the not null constraint afterwards, for an existing table, if you want to add the not null constraint afterwards, for an existing table, What will you do? Alter table EMP, modify ename, varcat 25, not null. Now I can't insert null value for ename. I'll demonstrate it. I'll show it to you. See the screen. I will say alter table EMP, modify name. I'll make it not null. So now if I describe EMP, observe that ename is once again not allowing null. Okay? Can we move on to the next one, students?
Sir,
Ah,
sir, then what will be the default value for it? Because null is not allowed. Then if we not insert any value, then what value it will take?
get an error. You'll get an error, speaker. So here when I create my table, I'm declaring ename and sal as not null. I'm declaring ename and sal as not null. So when I insert a row in EMP table, I'll insert employee number, I'll insert ename, but for sal, I'll give a null value and I'll give department number. What happens? It gives an error. Can you see that at the bottom? It says column sal cannot be null. It won't allow. Similarly for ename. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
The meaning of not null is what? Meaning of not null means I can't insert null value. No. Maybe I'll insert sal, but I won't enter name. It won't allow. What is the error message? It says ename cannot be null. What if I give null value for both?
Again, error.
Again error. What error? Ename cannot be null and sal cannot be null. So I hope you understood. Let's move on.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on. You know something, students? Dheeraj. Dheeraj is asking, what if column already contains null value and then you add the not null constraint afterwards? It won't allow, Dheeraj. It won't allow. That checking is done by MySQL at the time of adding the constraint. So if we're adding the not null constraint afterwards, we cannot fool MySQL. If you already have null values in the table and you try to add a not null constraint afterwards, you'll get an error. It won't allow you to add the not null constraint afterwards. Okay? मैं क्या बोल रहा था? मैं ये बोल रहा था कि older version of MySQL did not have primary key constraint. Only not null constraint was there. For that matter, older version of Oracle also did not have primary key constraint. Only not null constraint was there. मैं कब की बात कर रहा हूँ? मैं बात कर रहा हूँ 1993 Oracle version 6 की. शायद ये लोग पैदा भी नहीं हुए होंगे. In 1993, in older version of Oracle, निकल यहाँ से, निकल. In 1993, what? I'll help you here. I love you, Chuck. मैं क्या बोल रहा था In 1993, Oracle version 6, only nocturnal constraint was there, primary key was not there. And similarly, in 1995, when MySQL was launched initially in 1995, only nocturnal constraint was there, primary key constraint was not there. So my question to you all is, how did the programmers, how did the developers implement primary key in older version of MySQL? How did people implement primary key in older version of Oracle?
By using unique index.
By using?
Unique index.
Exactly. Very good answer. Very good answer. You heard what this fellow said, right? You didn't tell me your name.
Gopal.
Gopal. In older version of MySQL, primary key was not there. So what did people do? Nocturnal constraint was there, no? So what they used to do is, they used to give a nocturnal constraint and they used to create a unique index. Are you understanding? Nocturnal constraint will not allow null value. Unique index will not allow duplicate value. Indirectly, this has become primary key constraint, isn't it? And why am I giving you this history lesson? Is because we can still use this logic today also. See, I can have only one primary key in my table, no? Lekin, what to do for PAN number, yeah? What to do for passport number? I can't allow duplicates there. I cannot allow nulls there. These are my candidate keys, if you remember. I can have only one primary key in my table. I can't have 2, 2, 3, 3 primary keys. So what do I do with my candidate key column? What to do? I'll give it a not null constraint, and I'll create a unique index. Did you understand, students? Not null will not allow null values. Unique index will not allow duplicate values. Indirectly, ho gaya primary key, and that is your solution for candidate key. Please write it quickly. I'm telling you real important stuff now for the next couple of days. I'll give it a not null constraint and I'll create a unique index. Please draw this diagram quickly. CK means candidate key. Candidate key is not a constraint. Candidate key is a definition. What is candidate key? Besides my primary key, any other column that can also serve the purpose of primary key is a good candidate for primary key, is known as candidate key. That's a very good answer, Gopal. Well thought, well played. Finish writing. So let's write down here that this is the solution for candidate key column. With the help of above, Indirectly, we can have multiple primary keys in the table, isn't it? You can have multiple primary keys in the table. It comes in interviews. What comes in interviews? How to create two primary keys. Answer is you can't have two primary keys. You can have only one primary key. So one primary key you create directly. The second one you create it indirectly. Shall I give you some more knowledge, students? Would you like to learn more?
Yes, sir.
So listen then. I have one primary key and I have two candidate keys. Now for these two candidate keys, I have given not null constraint and unique index. So now they have become an alternative primary key. Yes or no? Now they have become alternative to primary key. For the candidate key column, if I give it a not null constraint and unique index, it becomes an alternative to primary key. Such a candidate key, it's known as alternate key. It's known as alternate key. AK means what? Alternate key. Once you draw this, you update your diagram, then I'll write down the definition. All these definitions are given wrong in most of the books on database. People don't know what they're talking about. All these definitions are given wrong on Wikipedia. फिर आपने शायद वो W3 schools वगैरह देखा होगा, वो सब फालतू है. They don't know what they're talking about. What we are discussing is what is mentioned in the documentation. MySQL documentation and Oracle documentation. We shall follow that. Forget all these websites, third party. So, what is alternate key? First things first, alternate key is not a constraint. Alternate key is a definition. Alternate key is not a constraint. Alternate key is a definition. And what is alternate key? For the candidate key, column, if you specify a not null constraint and create a unique index, then it becomes an alternative to primary key. Then such a candidate key column is known as alternate key. Just a definition. कल मैं धीरज का मीम बना रहा था ना, तो टाइम पास के लिए यूट्यूब देख रहा था, तो वहां पे मैंने एक वीडियो देखा. learn MySQL in 20 minutes. और मैंने सोचा मैं यहाँ पे चूरन खिला रहा हूँ क्या पिछले 7-8 दिन से. सच्ची में यार. Devi, have you seen that video? Learn MySQL in 20 minutes.
No, sir, I haven't.
देख लेना आज. Then you'll realize मैंने कितना बड़ा टोपी पहना है सबको पिछले 7-8 दिन से. घुमा फिरा के 20 मिनट्स का MySQL में पूरा 2 हफ्ता ले रहा हूँ. और मैंने देखा वो वीडियो. एंड फॉरगेट 20 मिनट्स में 2 मिनट में ही समझ गया कि ये मस्त
क्या
है.
कर रहा है सर? MySQL का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन डाउनलोड करना सिखाया क्या?
यूट्यूब यूनिवर्सिटी का. मेरा जितना वीडियोस है 70-80 घंटे का वो पूरा फास्ट फॉरवर्ड किया हो गया. 4x 8x 16x में उसने लर्न इन 20 मिनट्स. Done. So now what do we have, students? I have one primary key and I have 2 alternate keys. I know. निकेत ऐसे अच्छे कमेंट्स पूरे एवरीवन पे डालने चाहिए, नॉट प्राइवेट.
सर चैट डिसेबल है.
ओ ऐसा है क्या? हाँ
Yes,
मैंने
sir.
बैच के पहले कुछ तो मैं बॉक्सिंग हो रहा था. विपुल वाज द रेफरी. What is happening here, students? I have one primary key and I have 2 alternate keys. ठीक है? This much everyone has followed. Try not to get confused. I have one primary key, I have 2 alternate keys. Indirectly, I have 3 primary keys in the table. Indirectly, one primary key I have directly, and 2 alternate keys I have indirectly. Indirectly, I have 3 primary keys. इन तीनों में बॉस कौन है? बॉस तो एक ही है.
Primary.
बॉस तो एक ही है. प्राइमरी की. So such a primary key is known as super key. So if you have an alternate key in the table, then primary key is known as super key. Just a definition. Just a definition. Just a definition. Super key is not a constraint. Super key is a definition. And what is super key? What is super key? If you have an alternate key in the table, then primary key is known as super key. ठीक है ना?
So, so if we remove primary key, then can we make alternate key as primary key?
Yes, that's what we are going to do.
Yeah.
In future, suppose I drop the EMPNO column, then my table is left without a primary key. Okay, or indirectly I have this alternate key and all, but my table is left without a primary key. then I can immediately make passport number or PAN number as my new primary. All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. May I rub all this? Hello, let's move on. So after discussing the not null constraint, the next one is the unique constraint. Let's study the unique constraint now. To explain the unique constraint, let's all create a new table. Everyone, please draw this. Let's create a new EMP table. I'll just draw it quickly here. I hope my handwriting is not so bad. I have employee number, rename, SAL and department number. You know, धीरज, जब मैं स्कूल में था मेरे को हैंडराइटिंग के लिए प्राइज मिला था, वो भी हिंदी में. Yeah. Finish drawing. Tushar, come. So now let's see the unique constraint. Just like the name suggests, duplicate values are not allowed. It has to be unique. Again, this is similar to your primary key, no? Similar to primary key. But then what is the difference between unique and primary key? Anybody?
So null can be allowed. Null values.
Yes, yes. Null values are allowed. Duplicates are not allowed, but nulls are allowed. Most hai na? Null values are allowed. Unlike primary key. These are all interview questions. Difference between primary key and unique. Similarity between primary key and unique. अच्छे से पढ़ के जाना. Null values are allowed. Duplicates are not allowed, but nulls are allowed. And before anybody asks me, let me say, you can enter any number of nulls. Otherwise, somebody will say, sir, I've entered a row with null value. Then I enter one more row with null value. I have two null values. हो गया duplicate value. Special treatment given to null value. You can enter any number of nulls. Huh? You can enter any number of nulls. But no duplicates, please. You can enter any number of null values. But no duplicates, please. You can enter any number of null values, but no duplicate values. Fair enough. So students, can you think of a column which I can add to my table and make it as unique? Can you give me an example of unique column? Duplicates not allowed, null values allowed. What is a good example?
Email.
Email ID. Yes. Duplicates are not allowed, null values are allowed. What would be
Mobile
another
number.
example? Mobile number.
Mobile number.
Yes. Everyone may not share their mobile number. Duplicates are not allowed, but null values are allowed. Can you give me some more examples? Yes, Aadhaar card number.
ATM.
Aadhaar card number. Duplicates are not allowed, but everyone does not have an Aadhaar card. I think in our country, I think 20-30 crore people still don't have an Aadhaar card. Especially in the smaller villages and interiors of country. So duplicates are not allowed, but null values are allowed. Great. So we have so many examples of unique column. Remaining points. Yes, Dheeraj. क्या दिमाग चलता है तेरा है कि नहीं धीरज नहीं है नल वैल्यू है
Yes, sir.
अच्छा है तभी तो मीम बना रहा है नहीं तो कुछ और बना रहा है remaining points, everything else is the same as primary key. A unique index is automatically created. You will agree that mobile number is a great column for searching. Na? Mobile number is a great column for searching. The unique index is automatically created. Again, this is similar to primary key. Similar to primary key. Text and blob cannot be unique. Remember text and blob. They will allow up to 4 GB data. Declaring them as unique columns will be very slow, it will be inefficient. MySQL doesn't allow. Text and below cannot be unique. All this is same as primary key. One more point. One more point. See here, I can have a composite unique. combination of department number and employee number. There are no duplicate rows. We can have a composite unique, in which case again upper limit is 32. In Oracle it is 16. In MySQL it is 32. So in MySQL, you can combine up to 32 columns in a composite unique. You can combine up to 32 columns in a composite unique. Okay. The things are pretty much similar to primary key. So tell me, students, what is the difference between primary key and unique?
Null values.
Null values are allowed here. That's correct. Can you give me one more difference between primary key and unique besides null values? Rohit, besides
Duplicate.
any other difference? Interview question. Difference between primary key and unique.
प्राइमरी की एक ही बना सकते हैं.
Very good. Primary key, remember students, you can have only one primary key per table. But when it comes to unique constraint, you can have any number of unique constraints per table. In fact, this should be your first answer. Difference between primary key and unique. Null values are allowed in unique, that everyone says. But most important of all, you can have any number of unique constraints. Excuse me. You can have any number of unique constraints per table, unlike primary. Most important. Please write this down. Most important. I can have any number of unique constraints per table. So, how to go about it? Let's see the command. When I create my EMP table, I would like mobile number to be not null. And I also have a composite unique constraint, combination of department number and employee number. So please note down, create table EMP. Please note down, create table EMP, employee number and ename. Sal and department number. What about mobile number? Shall I take it as a char column, students? Because sometimes we enter the mobile number as +91, or sometimes we enter it as 098. If I take it as int, then that 0 will not be counted. So let's take it as char column. Shall I take it as char of 15? Thinking long term. Right now, mobile number is 10 digit. If you add the country code, it is 13 digit. आगे चल के it may be 15 digit. So for mobile number, I'll give a unique constraint here only. Whereas in the case of composite, I'll have to specify at the end of the structure, isn't it? Is how you specify the unique constraint. No problem. Go ahead. I'll explain this if you have finished writing. So when I create my EMP table, I specify all the columns. For mobile number, I want it to be unique. I will specify unique. And we have a composite unique combination of department number and employee number. You see, when I specify the unique constraint for mobile number, I specify next to the column name itself. So this is a column level constraint. Agreed? Whereas in the case of composite, combination of two or more columns, this has to be specified at the end of the structure. This would be a table level constraint. Am I clear? Column level and table level. This is a table level constraint. Table level constraint has to be specified at the end of the structure. No problem. Remaining points are same as earlier. If you want to see which all constraints you have created, you can say select star from information schema dot table underscore constraints will show me what all constraints I have created. This is going to show me all constraints on all tables, on all columns, in all the schemas. If you want to be specific, you can always add here where table underscore schema equal to Bhopal, assuming that is your schema name, whatever may be your schema name. I can say where table underscore schema equal to Bhopal. This will show me that I have two constraints on my table. I have two unique constraints on my table. But it won't tell me, it won't tell me which column is unique. If you want to find out which column is unique, you'll have to refer to e-column usage. Will show me the column information. Knowing that EMP table has two unique constraints doesn't mean anything. I'd like to know which column is unique. Well, I can find out from here. I can always say where table underscore name equal to EMP will show me specifically for EMP table. No problem, students. I'd like to demonstrate this See the screen. I'll open my workbench. I'll create my EMP table. I'll declare mobile number as unique. Also, I'll give a composite unique combination of department number and employee number. This I will specify at the end of the structure. Table created. Now, how to find out? How to find out which constraints are there? I will select star from table constraints. And you can see that in Bhopal schema, EMP table, I have two constraints. Both are unique. Constraint type is unique. This is the constraint name. Now listen to what I'm saying. Internally, what is your constraint? Internally, constraint is a MySQL created function. It performs the validations. It checks for duplicates, it checks for nulls, and so on and so forth. That function must be having some name, no? By default, that function name happens to be the same name as that of the column name, due to which it was created. So as you can see here, the constraint name is mobile number. And the second constraint name is department number. Halaki, this is composite. It takes the column name of the first column, which is there in the composite. But it's not telling me the complete information about which columns are involved. To find that out, I'll have to check out key column usage. And as you can see here, the first constraint for mobile number, column name is mobile number. Second constraint name, department number. Its column name is department number and employee number. It's composite. If you observe, you will even see the column position. Department number is the first column. EMPNO is the second column. This column position is not important for the constraint, but it's going to affect the unique index, which is created automatically. It's going to affect the unique index, which is created automatically. Department number would be the primary index key. EMPNO would be the secondary index key. Department number column will be the first column inside that index. And employee number would be the second column inside that index. Got that? Now, having done this, we wrote the point earlier that index is created automatically. If you want to confirm that, you can say show indexes from EMP. If I say, sorry. If I say show indexes from EMP, I will observe that two indexes are automatically created. One for mobile number, the other one is composite, combo of department number and employee number. So here if I say show indexes from EMP, see the screen. If I say show indexes from EMP, I will observe two indexes are created, mobile number and department number. First one is for mobile number, the second one is composite. But it takes the name of the first column as the index. Okay? And what? Unique constraint is also an index here. Basically, what is unique constraint? Unique constraint and unique index is the same thing, no? Yes or no? Unique constraint is also an index or is basically an index. So to drop it, How to drop it? Just drop the index, no? Drop index name. Drop index name is how I can drop it later. Understood everyone? Kaustubh, Swapnali,
Yes,
any
sir.
questions?
No, sir.
And if you've already created the table, if you want to add the unique constraint afterwards, syntax would be similar to primary key. I can say alter table EMP, add constraint name, unique, mobile number. But I'll show you a nice option here, students. Look at the screen 1 minute, stop writing. If you want to add the unique constraint afterwards, I can say alter table and I will add the constraint. What I wanted to show you is internally, your constraint is a MySQL created function. By default, it has the same name as the column name due to which created. But here I have the flexibility. If you want, you can specify your own name for the constraint. Just to have more control over things. You can specify your own name to the constraint. Add constraint name. Over here, the constraint name is optional. If I don't give this, the system will give its own name to the constraint. So having done this, now if I say select star from table constraint, I will see that the constraint name is this. From the name of the constraint only I can make out that it's a unique constraint for EMP table or mobile number. It's optional, but if you want, I prefer to specify my own name to the constraint just to make it more understandable, just to make it more readable. Kirti from Gwalior is requesting that I show it in Workbench. Kirti, which command?
So that optional one.
Okay. So first, let me drop the constraints. First, I'm dropping the constraints. So when I add the constraint afterwards, alter table EMP, add constraint name. I'm giving my own name to the constraint. Try to give a meaningful name. From the name only, it stands out that this is unique constraint, EMP table, mobile number column. So having done this, now if I say select star from information schema, dot table underscore constraints, where table underscore schema equal to Bhopal, you will observe that the constraint name is this. It immediately stands out that there's a unique constraint for EMP table for mobile number. Is that good enough, Kirti?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. अभी मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि when I was creating my table earlier at the top, let me show you an important point. Try not to get confused here. You know, when I specify the unique constraint, also, when I specify unique constraint for mobile number, since I'm specifying constraint for a single column, I'm specifying the unique constraint here itself next to the column name. This is a column level constraint. And in the case of composite, I don't have a choice. In the case of composite, I don't have a choice. I need to specify at the end of the structure. And that's a table level constraint. What I wanted to show you is when I specify the constraint for mobile number, when I specify the unique constraint for mobile number, there's nothing stopping me from specifying the constraint at the end of the structure. Don't write this, listen. So what I'm trying to say is a column level constraint can be specified at table level, that is at the end of the structure. But a table level constraint, a composite constraint, can never be specified at column level. Column level constraint can always be specified at table level at the end of the structure, except for the not null constraint, which is always a column level constraint. And therefore, the syntax will not allow you to specify it at the end of the structure. In fact, most programmers prefer this. They prefer to declare all the constraints at the end of the structure. Why? Just to make your creatable command more readable. Try to imagine this. Suppose you have 50 columns in your table, 50. Suppose you have 50 columns in your table and you have 25 constraints for different columns. Your create table command is going to be 3-4 pages long. you may want to do is, just to make it more readable, when you create your table, you specify all the column names first, and then at the end, you specify all the constraints at the end, just to make it more readable, except for the not null constraint. Not null constraint in any case is a characteristic of the data type. The not null constraint you specify there only next to the column name, but remaining everything else, primary key, unique, foreign key, etc., you may want to specify at the end of the structure. समझ गए मैंने क्या बोला? Please write it and note down these 2-3 points also. Any questions? If you want me to demonstrate this also or not needed?
So,
Not needed.
yes,
All good. Swapnali, anything you want to add to this?
no, sir.
Ali Deshmukh. Aneshwar, you want to share something? Now that we've done the unique constraint. May I rub all this?
One minute.
Now can I rub it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. ज्ञानेश्वर थक गए ना पढ़ाई करते करते. Very hectic course. Engineering was easier. चलो फिर. So far we have seen primary key. Not null. Unique. The next one is foreign key. Let us see foreign key constraint. Let's see foreign key constraint. Let's do foreign key. Again, this is extremely important. To explain the foreign key constraint, let's do this neatly. Let's create some new tables. Firstly, I have EMP table. In EMP table, I'll consider employee number, rename, child department number, and MGR. I hope you remember the MGR column. Employee number, rename, child department number, and MGR. So employee number is 123456. E-name ABCD, E and F. This is the SAL column. Department number and MGR. That's my EMP table. I would also like you all to please note down department table. In department table, we have department number, D name and location. Department number is 123. D name is training, exports and marketing. Location is Bombay, Delhi and Cal. So that's my department table. Has everyone drawn this? Now listen. Let's do foreign key constraint. Again, it's a very important one. Now, if you compare my department table and EMP table, everyone, if you compare department and EMP, you will observe that department number column is common in both the tables. So when we say employee number 1 belongs to department number 1, it means it belongs to training Mumbai. Or when I say that employee number 6 belongs to department number 2, it means he belongs to exports Delhi. On the basis of this, we had written joins earlier. This is the common column in both the tables, on the basis of which we wrote joins earlier. I'd like you all to please make a second observation. See here. You see, department number 1 training, we have 3 employees. Department number 2 exports, I have 3 employees. Department number 3 marketing, there are 0 employees. It's an empty department. It's an empty department. Now, understand my requirement. Pay attention. Understand my requirement. When the user is inserting a new row in EMP, suppose he's inserting 7G, he's inserting 7,000. When the user is inserting a new row in EMP, I want to restrict the user. He has to enter a department number, something which is present in department table. He cannot enter something invalid like this. My user can only enter department number as 1 or 2 or 3. He cannot enter something invalid, something which is not present in department table. That is a foreign key constraint. To ensure that a valid value is entered over there. That is a foreign key constraint. So the definition of foreign key, the way I would look at this, the way that I would look at this is what is happening here is that this department number column of EMP, what is this column doing? मैं बताता हूँ. This department number column of EMP, you know what this column is doing? This column, what is this column doing? This column, it is referencing the department number of department. It is looking up the value from here. It is referencing, it is looking up the value from here. That is a foreign key constraint. Followed? So the definition of foreign key, please note down. Key is another word for column. Yes or no? Key is another word for column. Key is another word for column. So foreign key means foreign column. Barobar. And the definition of foreign key is that it is a column or set of columns that references a column or set of columns of some table. It's a column or set of columns that references a column or set of columns of some table. It's a column or set of columns that references a column or set of columns of some table. Column or set of columns. It references column or set of columns of some table. Let's be clear. I hope you drawn this with the arrow. A foreign key constraint is not required to write a join now. They are two separate things. Few days back when we were studying joins, did we have any foreign key constraint? No. Foreign key constraint is not required to write a join. Don't mix up the two. They are two different things. What is purpose of join? My data is in two tables. I want to see the columns of both the tables. I'll write a join. What is foreign key constraint? Purpose of foreign key constraint is to enter that a valid value is entered here. To ensure that a valid value is entered here. I hope you got that. Now, listen. If I consider both these columns, department number column of department, and if I consider department number column of EMP, tell me students, which is the parent column? Department number column of department table or department number column of EMP table? Which is the parent column?
Department number.
Department table.
Department table.
Department table, no? This is the parent column. This is the child column. Isn't it? Parent column and child column. On what basis have I decided that this is the parent column and that is the child column? It depends on who's referencing who. Yes or no? Students, please interact. मेरे को नींद आ रही है. On what basis have I decided that this is parent column and that is child column? It depends on who's looking up, whose value, who's referencing whom. The department number column of EMP table. This is looking up the department number of department, not the other way around. Department number of department is the independent column. Independent in what sense? I can enter anything here. I can insert department number 10, I can insert department number 20, it doesn't matter. But when I come to EMP table, department number column, I need to enter a valid value, something that is present here. And that is why this is the independent column. And that is the dependent column. Please note the direction of the arrow. The direction of the arrow, it is from child to parent, no? Direction of arrow is from child to parent. It is from child to parent. Where will I specify the foreign key constraint? On parent column or child column? Where does the checking need to be done? Parent column or child column?
Child column.
Child column.
Who said parent column? When I enter department number value for department number column of EMP table, this is where the checking needs to be done, isn't it? So my foreign key constraint will be specified on the child column, not the parent column. Otherwise, your relationship will be inverted. Your relationship will be inverted. गड़बड़ मत करना है आप. Where does the checking have to be done? When I enter value for department number column of EMP table, there the checking has to be done, no? So the foreign key constraint will be specified here on the child column, not the parent column. That's important. The foreign key constraint is specified on the child column, not the parent column. Otherwise, the relationship is going to be inverted. Otherwise, the relationship will be inverted. Any questions? Coming to the parent column, tell me students, coming to the parent column, tell me students, can I have two rows with department number 2 here? What do you think? Think, Abhi? Can I have two rows with department number 2 here? No, I can't.
No.
No, I can't. Because if I say that these 3 employees, if I say that they belong to department number 2, then the ambiguity has come. I don't know whether these guys belong to exports or they belong to marketing, isn't it? And that is why, in order for me to give a foreign key constraint there, my parent column, it has to be primary key. Yes or no? This has to be primary key or it has to be unique. One of the two. You know, I can have a null value here, not a problem. I can have a null value here, not a problem. Any comparison done with null returns null. But if you are entering a value there, then it has to be a unique value. So the parent column has to be primary key or unique. This is a prerequisite for primary key, sorry, foreign key. This is a prerequisite for foreign key. Why? The parent column has to be primary key or unique. This is prerequisite for foreign key. Done. So, unless I declare this parent column as primary key or unique, MySQL will not allow me to create a foreign key there. Coming to the child column, tell me students, can I have duplicate values here? Yes. The foreign key will allow duplicate values. Unless, hang on a sec, unless I've given this column a primary key constraint also. You see, one column can have two constraints. This column could be primary key also, this could be foreign key also. Possible. But if I have not done that, foreign key by itself has no problem. So foreign key will allow duplicate values. Unless specified otherwise. Unless specified otherwise. And one more question for you, students. Yes, Sakshi, I'm coming to that. Tell me one thing here. Can I enter null values here? Will it allow? Yes.
sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Allow. But tell me, if I enter null value here, does that mean that these three employees belong to null department?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No.
No, sir.
Arey bhaiya, if I enter null value here inside EMP table, if I enter null value here, it means that they have not been allotted a department as of now.
Yes, sir.
This does not mean that they belong to null department marketing. Any comparison done with null returns null. We've written that, right? So foreign key will allow null values. Child column will allow null values. Unless, hang on a minute, unless I've given this column a not null constraint also. But if I have not done that, then foreign key constraint does not have a problem. It will allow null values also. Please make a note of it. Foreign key will allow null values also. Unless specified otherwise. Any questions on foreign key other than what Sakshi has asked? Well, cannot send messages to each other. Or you can't send messages to everyone.
Yes, sir.
You can't.
Yes, sir. Only
New
hosts
rule.
are allowed.
New rule.
Only host.
Is this a new rule? Is this a new rule? कल तक
Yes.
पता था ना?
Sir.
Because some of you are asking very interesting questions, and it should be everyone can share those questions and learn from each other's questions. But anyway, Ameya and Sakshi, I'll answer your question now. Students, pay attention. See here. I want you all to please compare employee number and MGR. Pay attention. Nyanu, are you here? Pay attention. You see, for employee number 3, manager is employee number 1. You see, for employee number 6, the manager is employee number 2. I have a relationship between EMPNO and MGR. Tell me one thing. In the MGR column, Suppose I'm inserting a new row in EMP. Hmm? If I'm inserting a new row in EMP, I'm inserting 7G 7002. Yeah, तब तो ठीक है. I'm inserting 7G 7002. But when I come to MGR column, can I enter the manager as employee number 8? Something which is not present inside EMPNO.
No, sir.
That should not be allowed, no? How can I have manager who's invalid? So I can have a foreign key constraint between these two columns also, isn't it? I can have a foreign key constraint between these two columns also. So what is happening here is, what is happening here is the MGR column, if we compare with EMPNO, the MGR column, if you compare with EMPNO, what is happening here is this MGR column, it is referencing, this MGR column is referencing this MGR column is referencing the EMPNO. समझ गए ना नैनो? You cannot take the engineer out of someone now. So I can have a foreign key constraint here also. And obviously, if I want to have a foreign key constraint here, employee number has to be primary key, no? Employee number has to be primary key or unique. The employee number has to be primary key or unique. So Sakshi, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
So EMP table has primary key also, foreign key also. Ameya, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Can MG be foreign key with respect to EMP? You know? So foreign key may refer column of same table also. This concept, it's known as self-referencing. Please write this point. Foreign key may reference foreign key may reference column of same table also. This concept, it's known as self-referencing. This concept, it's known as self-referencing. Parent column, child column, both are present in the same table. Okay? Done. I would draw the diagram also. Okay. So the question is, how to implement this? Let's do this in detail, students. How to implement this? Students, if you don't mind, I'm extending your batch by 1 day, okay? I'm extending your module by 1 day. So next week, Thursday was supposed to be the last day. But I will take extra session on Saturday after your lab exam, next weekend. Because the syllabus is so vast and I'm having a tough time. Unless you want me to teach extra till 10 and 11 in the night, but I don't think that's a good idea. I have taken permission from CDAC, will extend by 1 day. Now, how to implement this? Listen to me. Step number one. First, you create the parent table. Create table department. You declare department number column as primary key or you make it as unique. That I think you can do on your own. Step number 2, you create the child table, create table EMP and declare your foreign key constraints over there. Would be the procedure to achieve this. So note down quickly. Somebody's mic is on by mistake. Please mute yourself. So first I'll create my parent table, create table department, make this department number as primary key or unique. Then you create the child table, create table EMP, don't forget to make EMPNO as primary key. Otherwise, you won't be able to specify foreign key for MTR. Listen, students. When I specify foreign key constraint for department number column, EMP table department number column, when I specify the foreign key constraint there, I am specifying foreign key constraint on one column. Therefore, it's a column level constraint. I'll specify next to department number only. Similarly, for MGR column, when I specify the foreign key constraint for MGR column, I'm specifying the constraint for one column, for single column. And when I'm specifying constraint for one column for single column, that also would be a column level constraint. But we just discussed earlier that a column level constraint can be specified at table level. That is end of structure. So I'm going to specify my constraints at table level just to make my create table command more readable. And what I can do is, internally, what is a constraint? Internally, a constraint is a function. It's a MySQL created function. It performs the validations. So I can specify my own name to the constraint. So I'm going to do that. So at the end of my command, I will say constraint name, foreign key, department number, references, department table, department number. And similarly for MGR column, constraint name, constraint name, foreign key, MGR, references, EMP table, employee number. Sakshi has asked another interesting question, which I will share with everyone. Sakshi is asking if there is concept of composite foreign key. Can I have composite foreign key? Can I have two columns from one table, referencing two columns from another? Answer is yes. Because if you read the definition we wrote earlier, Sakshi, it is column or set of columns. It references a column or set of columns of some table. So I can have two columns from here together, referencing two columns from there together. Does that answer your question, Sakshi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We will take an example on composite foreign key later. First, let's try for one column. Has everyone written the command? Then I'll explain it. Finish writing. Please write faster. दोस्तों बहुत पानी पी रहे हैं. Very hot.
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, Kaustu?
Sir, currently I am staying in Pune,
But originally from?
Vidarbha, Amravati.
So you have shifted to Pune for CDAC.
No, sir. My father works in railways. He is transferred in Pune.
Oh, I see. Wow. सब लोग पुणे आ रहे हैं आजकल. हाँ? So how do you like it in Pune? Honestly, because Vidarbha people don't like Pune.
No, sir. Like I have been traveling around for a long time. So I have stayed in Bhusawal, in in Badlapur also. If you know Badlapur. So I have stayed
Of
there
course,
for
yeah.
yeah. So I have been there for a decade. And now in 2018 we shifted to Pune.
You've been around, huh?
Yes, sir.
And where did you do your graduation from?
In Amravati, sir.
So do you have a family home there in Amravati?
Not family home. Actually, my maternal grandparents live there.
I see. Quite close to Nagpur, no? Around 4 hours or something, 3-4 hours, I don't know.
Yes, sir. 3 hours, 150 kilometers.
Pretty hot in Amravati also.
Yes, sir.
मैं कॉलेज डेज में गया था एक बार. वहां पे बहुत फेमस टेम्पल है, किसका है याद नहीं है.
Amba Devi.
हाँ, must be Ambadi. Correct. Normally, when a child is born, they take the mother and the child go to Amba Devi temple, right?
यस सर, मतलब हमेशा ही जाते हैं, शादी हुआ तो भी जाते हैं, हर जो भी चीज हुआ तो जाते हैं.
अम्बा के लिए. अच्छा, Amba Devi. Wow, that's nice. ठीक है. So, good to interact with you. So how to go about it, students? Let's not lose the grip. First, you create the parent table. First, you create department table. You declare your department number as primary key. Fair enough. Then you create the child table. Create the child table. Create table EMP. And you declare the foreign key here. So I'll explain it. Create table EMP. Employee number, rename, sal, etc. is all right. At the end of it all, constraint name. Constraint name is optional. Na? If I don't specify, then MySQL will give its own name to the constraint. Foreign key. The keyword foreign key is coming here. I need to specify foreign key, which column is referencing which table, which column. The foreign key department number column, it references department table, department number column. Please ensure you've created department table first and you've made department number as primary key. Similarly, excuse me, I made this typing mistake here. Just delete this MGR. Just delete this MGR. Similarly, constraint name. Please make this correction. Please make this correction. Constraint name is optional. Foreign key, I need to specify which column. It references which table, which top column. So here I'm specifying foreign key MGR column references EMP table employee number column. Please ensure that you've declared EMPNO column first and you've declared EMPNO as primary key or unique, which I have done at the top. Note it, everyone. Did you make this correction here? So after doing this, now if my user tries to insert a new row in EMP, and when he's inserting a new row, if the user gives invalid value for department number, it won't allow. Or for that matter, if the user gives invalid value for MGR, something which is not there in EMPNO, it won't allow. That is a foreign key constraint. Did everyone understand what is foreign key? Yes. Sudhanshu. Kirti, do you want me to show this in Workbench?
So,
All right. So first I create my parent table. I'll create table department. See the screen. Next, I will create the child table. Create table EMP. And I've given 2 to foreign key constraints. Okay. So now let me insert 1 or 2 rows in department. Department number 1, training, Mumbai. 2, exports Delhi. Three, exports marketing. Marketing, I'll put it in Calcutta. Fair enough. Devi is asking what is the importance of constraint name. You know, Devi, afterwards, when I say select star from table constraints, I will see the constraint name there, and giving a user-friendly name to the constraint, it immediately stands out that this is foreign key for EMP table or MGR column. Does that answer your question, Devi?
Okay, sir. Yes, yes.
So let me add these 3 rows to department table. And now when I insert into EMP, suppose I insert employee number 1, A, 5,000. When I enter the value for department number, I have to enter something which is present in department table. If I try to insert department number as 4, something which is not there in department table, it won't. I have to enter department number as 1, 2, or 3 only. Then it will allow. Did everyone understand what is foreign key constraint? Yes. Remaining points. Devi, remaining points, same as earlier. I can say select star from information schema dot table underscore constraints will show me all constraints on all tables in all schemas. If I want to be specific, I will add here where table underscore schema equal to Bhopal, and I'll get to see which all constraints are there for the tables that are there inside the Bhopal data. So when I do this, Devi, when I do this, now if you observe, Devi, when I do this, observe in the output, can you see the constraint name? Is this, it immediately stands out that there's foreign key constraint for the EMP table, department number. Try to give a meaningful name so that immediately stands out. Had I not done this, MySQL will give its own name. कुछ नहीं ऐसे constraint name foreign वगैरह डाल दिया रहता. And of course, if you want more information about the columns, you can find out from key column usage, same as earlier. Will give me column information of all constraints on all tables. I can always specify where table underscore name equal to EMP. I'll get more information about the constraints that are there on EMP table. If I execute this, see the screen. If I execute this, see the output, I can get more information about the constraint. This is the constraint name. You can see that the column name is department number. It references department table, and MGR references EMP table. Which column does it refer to? Reference column name is department number and employee number respectively. Devi, are you watching? You can find out that this constraint, which is there on the EMP table, department number column, it is referencing department table, department number. And EMP table, MGR column, it is referencing EMP table, employee number. ठीक है और क्या? If you want to drop the constraint, you will say alter table. Devi, here you need to know the constraint name. Otherwise, how will you drop it? With primary, I can say drop primary key. But with foreign key, I have so many foreign keys. So I need to know the constraint name. Na? I will say drop foreign key followed by the constraint name. Is how you can drop the constraint afterwards. And if you've already created the table, if you want to add the constraint afterwards, what will you do? Alter table EMP, add foreign key, department number, references, department table, department number. Again over here, I can give constraint name. So let me drop the foreign key. And let me add it again afterwards. Any questions? Any question? Done, Daneshwar, finished writing. Let me tell you a couple of things more. It's all important stuff. Huh? After giving all these foreign key constraints and all here, tell me, students, can I delete this department number 1 from department table? Will it allow? Will the EMP table be affected in any way?
Yes.
So will it allow or it won't allow?
Should not allow.
Won't allow, sir.
That's correct. It won't allow. Hari, how can it delete department number 1? These 3 rows will be left with invalid department number. No, you're breaking the foreign key constraint. It won't allow. What I can do is, if I try to delete department number 3 from department table, then there is no problem. EMP table will not be affected in any manner. The point is, you can delete the parent row provided child rows don't exist. लिख लीजिए. So over here, if I say delete from department, where department number equal to 3, it will allow. It will allow. You can delete the parent row, provided child rows don't exist. It will allow. It will allow. It will allow. But suppose I try to delete department number 2 from here. It won't allow. If you try to delete by department number 2, it won't allow. You'll get an error. You cannot delete the parent row when child rows exist. The parent row is known as master row. And what are the child rows known as? Detail rows. Parent row is master row. Child rows are detailed rows. In fact, the error message which you get will be this only, that you cannot delete the master row when detailed rows exist. It won't allow. Tushar, my question is, it won't allow. But suppose you still want to achieve this, then how will you do it? What will you have to do?
So maybe by dropping foreign key constraint.
Who's that?
Sakshi, sir.
Sakshi. You need not go that far, Sakshi. What you can do is, you can delete the rows of department number 2 from here. If I delete these 3 rows, फिर तो कोई problem है नहीं. Yes or no?
Yes.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? Instead of doing the things manually, what are we doing here? First, I'm deleting from EMP. I'll say delete from EMP. This order is important. Huh? First, you delete from EMP. Then you delete from department. Do you want to write this? These are all practical problems. Huh? When you start working and you want to delete department number 2, you'll have to first delete the rows of department number 2. Then it will allow. Noted, students? चलो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? Please concentrate. Huh? This is not easy. Here we are doing the things manually. Suppose you want to make this automatic. Suppose you want to make this automatic. What am I saying here? If I delete department number 2 from department, all the employees who belong to department number 2 should be deleted automatically. Huh? If you want to make this automatic, what you can do is, instead of doing the things manually, what you can do is, when you declare your foreign key constraint, what you can do is, over here, you can specify on delete cascade. Please update your create table command. No need to write the whole command. Just draw an arrow there and put on delete cascade. And what will on delete cascade do? If you delete the parent row, then MySQL will automatically delete the child rows also. All this comes in CDEC exams. It comes in interviews. What is on delete cascade? If you delete the parent row, then MySQL will automatically delete the child rows also. This is a dangerous option. Be careful here. You know, it's like this. If you delete a folder, all the files in that folder are deleted automatically. It's a dangerous option. Be careful. Use it wisely. Wrote this, Tushar?
Yes, sir.
Tushar, I had another student, his name was also Tushar Zadav. And that guy was from CDAC Nashik. And then he got placed in BNP Paribas. And then when I had gone there for some work, out of nowhere, this guy stood up. Sir, I was just student in CDAC Nashik, working in BNP Paribas. I told him, chalo, बैठ गए फिर साथ में लंच खाया. BNP Paribas का कैंटीन पता है, ₹2 में लंच मिलता है, ₹2 में थाली मिलता है. Subsidized for all the employees. तो उसने मेरे को ₹2 का थाली खिलाया, लेकिन उसके मेहनत की कमाई से खिलाया. Then I had to reciprocate. फिर शाम को जब मीटिंग खत्म हुआ, उसको लेके गया गोरेगांव मॉल में, दिखाया क्या होता है वहां पे. फिर वहां बैठे थे कुछ टाइम के लिए. लड़का था. His father was also in railways also, and his father was an engine driver. पता है? His father was an engine driver. लेकिन वो कहाँ से कहाँ पहुंच गए. आप रहा है वो 3-4 लाख कमा रहे. मैंने मस्त लड़का. He also married another ex-student of mine from YCP, Yogita. So someday you will also find your own Yogita, Tushar. एक बात बताओ यार, ऑन डिलीट कैस्केड तो ठीक है. I told you it's a dangerous option. But suppose I want it this way, that I delete department number 2 from department, but the employee should not be deleted. Isn't it? ऐसा नहीं है कि I delete the department so the employee should go. How will you do that? आप भी मरे और लाठी भी नहीं टूटे. How will you do that? I delete department number 2, but employee should not be deleted. How will you do that? How to preserve the child rows? Can anyone answer?
So, but we discussed that it is not allowed.
It's not allowed, but if I still want to do it,
So we can update the department number to null.
very good. If you want to preserve the child rows, very good. What you do is you set this to null, isn't it? If I make this null, फिर तो कोई problem नहीं है. Then I can delete 2 from department. Na? So to preserve the child rows, what you do is you update EMP. Set department number equal to null, where department number equal to 2. Then there is no problem. Okay, so that's how you preserve the child rows. Questions of things in chat. Vaishnavi says update. That's what I did. Niket a smiley. Vishal is saying he wants a break. Saurabh is saying using where clause. Amay is asking if I drop any of the two columns, then foreign key constraint will automatically be dropped. Amaya, if you drop any of the two child columns.
चाइल्ड कॉलम आई एम से एमजीआर अगर ड्रॉप करते हैं तो अगर
Correct. MGR या तो department number of EMP. Correct.
EMP हाँ यस
Pankaj is asking, can it allow in EMP table? I did not understand your question, Pankaj. Pankaj, can you explain your question? I guess he's not available. Now, ये तो ठीक है. Let's see some more stuff. Tell me, students, over here, can I update department number 3 and change it to 4? Will it allow?
Yes, sir.
EMP table will not be affected in any way, no? It will allow. So you can update the parent column, provided child rows don't exist. So over here, if I update department, set department number equal to 4, where department number equal to 3, it will allow. It will allow. You can update the parent column, provided child rows don't exist. EMP will not be affected in any way. So this will be allowed. But do you know what's not allowed? What is not allowed? If I try to update department number 2 to 4, it will not allow. Because then these 3 rows, they are left with invalid value for department number. No? It won't allow. You cannot update the parent column when child rows exist. You cannot update the parent column when child rows exist. It won't allow. If you try to do this for department number 2, you'll get an error. It won't allow. Now, students, look here. Suppose you want it this way. Suppose you want it this way, that when I update department number from 2 to 4, then all my employees who belong to department number 2 should automatically be updated to 4. If that is a requirement, then similar to on delete cascade, we have on update cascade also. Similar to on delete cascade, we have on update cascade also. So what you do is inside your create table command, where you have specified on delete cascade, just next to it, you specify on update cascade. Don't put a comma in the middle. Just specify on delete cascade and on update cascade, one after the other. And what is on update cascade? If you update the parent column, if you update the parent column, then the child rows are updated automatically. That's what on update cascade does. Any questions? Pankaj, are you back?
Yes,
Pankaj Lohar, you had asked a question earlier in chat. I did not understand the question. Can it allow in the empty table?
yes, actually, we directly delete the rows of the EM table. That's why I asked.
Okay, so you got the answer to your question now. Have you finished writing, students? Shall we take a break? 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I'll see you in 15 minutes. Please pause the students, welcome back. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We say 10, 15 minutes, लेकिन 20, 25 minutes हो जाता है. Let's continue. Any questions? Sakshi, you had a question on foreign key constraint.
Yes, sir.
What was the question?
Sir, it was can is there any composite foreign key?
Yes, there is.
Yes, sir, you were.
Before that, let me show you something else. We are a family. Please talk decently. Okay. I'll try to be.
So not for you, sir.
Now, I wanted to point out something important here, and that is we have a foreign key constraint between MGR and EMPNO. Please concentrate, everyone. We have a foreign key constraint between MGR and EMPNO. Now, my point is, suppose I have given an on-delete cascade. Assumption that we have on-delete cascade. Assumption we have on-delete cascade. So here is my question, students. Assuming that we have on-delete cascade here, it means if I delete an employee, all people reporting to that employee will be deleted automatically. My question is, suppose I delete this first row from EMP. What is going to be the result of this?
So whole table will be deleted.
If I say delete from EMP, where EMPNO equal to 1, if I delete the first row, if I delete employee number 1, all people who report to employee number 1 will be deleted automatically, isn't it? So if I delete employee number 1 from here, employee number 2 and 3, manager is 1. So 2 and 3 will also be deleted. But it doesn't stop here because 2 is being deleted. 4, 5, and 6, manager is 2. They will also be deleted. And the result is you will end up deleting all rows of EMP. The result of this, you will end up deleting all rows of EMP. So the point I wanted to make is, please avoid on-delete cascade in the event of self-referencing. You may end up deleting more rows than expected. Having a on-delete cascade across 2 tables is okay. I delete a department, the employees will go. I delete the customer, his orders will go. Customer cancels the order, he deletes the order, the details will go. That is fine. But in the case of self-referencing, this is very risky. You may end up deleting more rows than expected. In this case, practically the whole table, all the rows will be deleted. So that's the caution I wanted to give all of you, that you please avoid on-delete cascade in the event of self-referencing. You may delete more rows than expected. You may delete more rows than expected. Wrote it. Let me make one more point about foreign key constraint. Look here. I have a foreign key constraint between MGR and EMP now. Suppose I say insert into EMP. Values employee number 7, G 7000, 2, 7. Understand what I'm doing here? I'm inserting into EMP employee number 7, name equal to G, sal is 7000, department number 2, MGR is 7. He's reporting to himself, which means he's not reporting to anyone. My point is, at the time of inserting MGR 7, employee number 7 doesn't exist, isn't it? At the time of inserting MGR 7, employee number 7 doesn't exist. But it will allow me to insert this row. First it inserts, then it checks for the constraint. It will allow the insertion. First it inserts, then it checks for the constraint, and it will allow the insert. The constraint checking is deferred. You know what I mean by deferred? Deferred means delayed. The constraint checking is deferred. It is after insert. Am I clear? Checking of constraint is not before insert, it's after insert. Had this not been the case, I would not have been able to insert the first row in the table. I would not have been able to insert the first row in the table. Done writing. But suppose I try to insert employee number 7 and manager is 8. What happens in this case? First it inserts, then it checks for the constraint, then it will give rollback and it will give an error message. Foreign key failure. First it inserts, then it checks for the constraint. Then it will roll back. And give an error message. Foreign key failure. No problem, students. Vaibhav,
Yes, sir.
आज इतना दुखी क्यों लग रहे हो वैभव? क्या बात है?
दुखी नहीं हूँ सर, लाइट चली गई है, गर्मी लग रही है।
ओ लाइट्स.
यस सर।
I hope you have laptop में बैटरी है.
यस यस सर, दैट हाई है, बट फैन भी चल रहा है, बट फैन में नहीं हो रहा है ना, इसे कूलर वगैरह बंद हो गए।
अच्छा. Now you know why our country needs nuclear energy. What is Dheeraj saying? आगे क्या लिखा है टी शर्ट पे? Whom are you asking, Dheeraj? Are we done? मेरे टी शर्ट पे लिखा है हाँ मैं लेट हूँ तो हाँ मैं लेट हूँ तो जो करना है कर ले. Now let us answer Sakshi's question. What was Sakshi's question? See here. Foreign key is what? Column or set of columns. It references column or set of columns of some table. So I can have a composite foreign key. It's possible I can have a composite foreign key. It's possible I can have two columns from one table referencing two columns of another table. Let's take an example on that. Composite foreign key. To explain this, students, let's consider some new tables. Please draw this. Please draw this new table. I have a table called order master. I have a table called order master. In order master table, I have branch code, order number, customer number, order date, and other columns. Okay? This is the structure of order master. Note down a second table. I have a second table. Let me call it order details. In order underscore details, I'm going to store details of the order. So in order details, I'm going to have branch code, order number, product code, and quantity. First, you draw these two tables, then I will explain it. Let me know when you finish drawing it. Done, Dishi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you can put your pens down. Let me explain this. First, I'll explain it. Then I'll give you 2 minutes later to draw it. Just wait now. Understand this, it's a bit complicated. I have two tables, order master and order details. Order master and order details. Now listen, when the customer places an order, when the customer places an order, I can have branch code B1. You see, Rishi, our company has two branches. Let's say Kharghar and Juhu. For example, our company has two branches. So when the customer places an order, I'm going to have branch code B1, order number 1. Branch code B1, order number 2. Branch code B1, order number 3. Branch code B2, order number 1. Branch code B2, order number 2. So have a look at my order number. My order number is branch wise. Fair enough. My order number is branch wise. So in this table, I have a composite primary key. Agreed? I have a composite primary key. It is combination of branch code and order number. Do you agree with me, Dishi? I have a composite primary key. Okay? Now, listen. I have a composite primary key. Now listen. Let's concentrate on the first order. I have branch code B1, order number 1. I have branch code B1, order number 1. Maybe this order is placed by customer number 1001 and order date is 15th of May. Doesn't matter. Forget all that. Come to second table, order details. You see, in order details, I'm going to have the details of this order. In order details, I have the details of this order. So this order is made up of two products. Branch code B1, order number 1. Maybe he's purchased USB, let's say 20,000. Branch code B1, order number 1. Maybe he's purchased DVD, let us say 3,000. Branch code B1, order number 1. Suppose he's purchased hard disk also. Let's say 1500 hard disks. Okay. So what is the primary key here in order details, students? In order details, I have a composite primary key, which is combination of branch code, order number, and product code. Agreed? Yes or no? I have a composite primary key. I have a composite primary key, which is combination of branch code, order number, and product code. And now comes the main thing. Sakshi, listen to me. Now comes the main thing. Branch code B1, order number 1. Look here, everybody. Branch code B1, order number 1. These two columns. Sorry. क्या हुआ? What I'm saying is, I'll have to close my whiteboard and open it again. 1 second. I was right in the middle of the explanation. I was saying that branch code B1, order number 1, these two columns, branch code and order number, these two columns together, they are referencing order master table, branch code, order number. Agreed? Because when I enter branch code B1, order number 1 here, it should be present in order master table, no? So that would be your composite foreign key. Did everyone understand, students? What is composite foreign key? I have two columns from one table together referencing two columns from another table. So I'm going to have a composite foreign key here. Does that answer your question, Sakshi?
Yes, sir.
So how will we implement this? Step number 1, first you create your parent table. First you create your parent table, create table order master, and you declare a composite primary key there. Combination of branch code and order number. Step number 2, you create the child table, create table order details, and you have the composite foreign key here. Do you want to draw this, students, first? Before you write the command, first you draw this, then I'll open my notepad. First you draw this. Sorry. Sakshi, where is Khandwa, in which state?
Sir, it is in MP.
ये और एक MP वाले आ गए. Sorry, because I don't know much about India.
Sir,
Not traveled.
it touches the border, nearby border of Maharashtra.
Oh, is it?
Yes, sir. 160 kilometers from Khandwa is Burhanpur, that touches Maharashtra border, Bhusawal and.
Oh, so it's on the northern side of Maharashtra, northern central,
Yes, sir.
not near Nagpur side.
Yes, sir.
तो MP में मामा जी है ना? Rahul says he's from Burhanpur. He's also from MP. तो क्या तुम लोग बोल रहे जलगांव वाली मेजोरिटी है? MP वाले उठा के फेंक देंगे. Actually, I know more about other countries than I know about India. Not traveled much in India. I have been to some countries which people have not even heard of. But I don't have much knowledge about.
So, which is your favorite country?
Ukraine and Russia. नहीं रे. I've been to South Korea, not North. I went to one place called Busan. Busan में बहुत सारे precious stones मिलते हैं. So I had got precious stones from there for my mom. In South. हाँ, train to Busan वाला Busan. Those guys are 20, 30 years ahead of us. Chalo. So you understood what is composite foreign key? Two columns from one table referencing two columns from another table. So coming to the command, first you create the parent table, create table order master. Please declare a composite primary key here that I think you can do on your own. Then you create the child table, create table order details. I have branch code, order number, product code, and quantity. We have a composite primary key, which is combination of branch code, order number, and product code. And we have a composite foreign key, branch code, order number. These two columns put together. These two columns put together, it references order master table, branch code, and order number. Sakshi, favorite country, if I had a choice, there's no country like England there. Especially the countryside. Not London, countryside. In fact, I have a house over there, close to Nottingham. It's a British manor and it's on a hill. It's right next to Vijay Mallya's bungalow. So from my balcony, I can see who's coming to his house, who's there in his swimming pool. There's no place like here. They ruled over our country and all that, but as a so you understood how to create composite foreign key. If you want, you can specify constraint name. Constraint name is optional, but if you want, you can specify fk underscore emp indicating foreign key for the emp table. In fact, here it's a good idea. Here it's a good idea to specify on delete cascade. This is good example for on delete cascade because if customer cancels the order, look here, if customer cancels the order, if I delete this row from here, then all the details will be deleted automatically. This is good example for on delete cascade. All right. Moving on. So far we've seen primary key, not null, unique and foreign key. One last one is remaining, and that is your check constraint. Let's see the check constraint. Let's learn the check constraint. Just like the name suggests, it is used for validations. It is used for validations. When I say validations, it is used for checking purposes. It's used for checking purposes. It's used for checking purposes. To explain this, what I'll do is I'll directly create my EMP table and I will explain the things along the way. So create table EMP. I have employee number and ENIT. Sal and city. Sal and department number. Status. Commission and mobile number. Okay, students, please stop writing. First, I'll explain it. In fact, don't write anything for the next 15 minutes. Because this create table command, I'm going to modify it 1 dozen times. And I would like you to note down the final version. So don't write anything for some time now. Yes, Niket. Rains an awful lot. But I love the rains. And there's hardly any sunshine. It's always cloudy. Now, listen. Create table EMP. I'm explaining the check constraint. As I said, it is used for validations. It is used for checking purposes. A good example of this, SAL cannot exceed 10,000. Age has to be greater than 21, etc. Just write down this much. Then I'm going to rub it. Because I require the extra space on the screen. Just write this much, then I'll rub it. Come now. When I create my EMP table, I have employee number and ename. See the SAL column. For the SAL column, check SAL greater than 5,000. So here's how you do it. Use the keyword check and specify your condition in brackets. User has to enter SAL greater than 5,000. Less than 5,000 equal to 5,000 will not be allowed. So as you can see, SAL is greater than 5,000. As you can see, I can use all my relational operators here. I can use my relational operators here. I can say SAL greater than 5,000 and SAL less than 3 lakh. As you can see, user has to enter a SAL between 5,000 and 3 lakh. Less than equal to 5,000, greater than equal to 3 lakh would not be allowed. So and or not is possible here. As you can see, I can use logical operators. I can use logical operators. I can use logical operators. Have a look at status column. Status of the employee. It is care of one. What does this imply? What this implies is, student, the status of the employee can be T, P, or R. T indicates that the employee is temporary. P indicates that the employee is permanent. R indicates that the employee is retired. So for the status column, I can enter the status T or P or R. Anything else is not allowed. So for the status column, I can specify check status in P, P, R. status in T comma P comma R. User has to enter the status T or P or R. Anything else will not be allowed. So I can use special operators. I can use in, not in. I can use the like operator. Check for a
बीपी माझा बीपी वाढतं म्हणे बरं फोन करताय
So what the hell was I saying? I was saying the status of the employee can be T or P or R. Anything else is not allowed. In is a special operator. So I can use special operators. I can use in, I can use not in, I can use like, check for A percentage, B percentage. In your case, for your roll number, check for DAC percentage. Roll number has to start with DAC followed by some number. I can use between, I can use not between. For example, here, I can say where Sal between 5001 and 2,99,999. What is the significance of the status column? Students, my recommendation is don't ever delete a row from the table. I mentioned it earlier also once. We have done the delete command in the DBT module, but practically it is very rarely used. Even if employee has left the organization, why do you want to delete the row here? Even if employee has left the organization, here is what I suggest. You have a status column. Make him retired, make him ex-employee. Don't delete a row. Not done. Are you hearing me loud and clear? Don't ever delete a row. Have a status column. In both these examples, we have specified, Sakshi, just wait. In both these examples, I have specified check constraint for independent columns, for individual columns. These are both examples of column level constraint. If two or more columns are involved, then you will have to specify at the end of the structure. Then it becomes a table level constraint. For example, at the end of it all, I'll give a comma and I will say check sal plus commission. The sal plus commission, the sum of sal plus commission cannot exceed 5 lakhs. Are you getting me? The sum of sal and commission cannot exceed 5 lakhs. Since two columns are involved, I have no choice. We'll have to specify at the end of the structure. This would be a table level constraint. There's one more thing I want to show you here. For the sal column, I've given this check constraint. As I said, I can use relational operators, logical operators, I can use arithmetic operators. And I can use special operators. For example, I can use in operator as I have done this now. You can use between operator. You can use like operator. All this is possible. That's not all. You can even call a function out there. I can even call a function out there. For example, e-name. I want that name should be entered in uppercase. Lowercase is not allowed. So for e-name column, I can specify check e-name equal to upper of e-name. Check that name equal to upper of e-name. User has to enter the name in uppercase. Lowercase is not allowed. Okay. And since I'm doing create table in such detail, mind you, when I call function there, I can call single row functions. You understand what I mean? I can check for upper and lower. I can check for round and truncate, etc. I can't check for sum and average. I can't check for min and max. If you want to check for sum and average, if you want to check for min or max, then you will have to do it programmatically. Database programming, we will start tomorrow, but using SQL and create table command, only single row functions can be used here. And since I'm doing create table in such detail, you see for the sal column, before I specify my check constraint, I can specify default. I have specified default value for sal. How does default work? If user is entering some value, it will take that value. If nothing is entered, it will take default value. For example, for every new person joining the organization, default sal is $7,000. For example, for every new person joining the organization, default sal is $7,000. My user need not insert the sal. User will enter only e-name and department number. Default sal is $7,000. Later, I can update it to some reasonable number. Default is not a constraint. Huh? Don't write, just wait. Default is not a constraint. Default is a clause. You know, where clause, order by clause. Like that, default is a clause that you can use with create table. Default is a clause that you can use with create table. And how to make use of default value? To make use of default value, as I said, if user is entering some value, it will take that value. If nothing is entered, then it will take default value. What am I trying to say here? If nothing is entered, then it will take default value. What does that mean? It means if I enter null value for sal, it will take null. Huh? If I enter null value for sal, it will take null. What do I mean? Nothing is entered. Well, if you want to make the use of default value, how will you write your insert statement? What you do is, you insert into EMP, you specify employee number, e-name, but don't specify sal. Don't specify sal. Specify department number, specify status, specify commission, specify mobile number, but don't specify the sal. It will take default value. Did everyone follow? Similarly, status of the employee. By default, every new person joining the organization, by default, status should be T4 temporary for every new person joining the organization. So for the status column, I can specify default value T4 temporary. In which case, what you do is don't specify the status column or value for status here. It will take default value. So by default, every new person joining the organization, by default, status is T4 temporary. Sal is $7,000. And ultimately, it's recommended every column should have a constraint. So ideally speaking, for employee number, I can make this primary key. E-name has check constraint, Sal has check constraint. For department number, I can have a foreign key, constraint name, foreign key, department number, references, department table, department number. For status, I have this check constraint. For commission column, I'll make it not null. Mobile number, I'll make it as unique. Ideally speaking, every column should have a constraint. Ideally speaking. This doesn't happen practically. Huh? We don't live in an ideal world. But ideally speaking, every column should have a constraint. That would be a very strong table design. It will ensure that only the data that is validated, only the data that is checked by MySQL is allowed inside the table. And a final thing here. I think our friend Pankaj, I think, was asking earlier. For employee number, don't write this wait. Before specifying primary key, I can specify auto underscore increment. समझ गए ना? Auto increment means what? I need not insert the employee number. It will be generated automatically. It will be incremented automatically. To make use of auto increment, to make use of auto increment, what will you do? Don't specify EMPNO, na? Arey bhaiya, if you specify employee number, it will take that value. The whole purpose of auto increment is what? Don't specify employee number. It will be incremented automatically. How does auto increment work, students? By default, it starts from 1. By default, it increments by 1. That cannot be changed. Nanu, that cannot be changed. By default, it starts from 1. By default, it increments by 1. If you want to start from 101, if you want to increment in steps of 2 and 3, that is possible in Oracle. That is not possible in MySQL. वो सीखने के लिए 11 रुपए एक्स्ट्रा देने पड़ेंगे, ठीक है ना? और वो खरीदने के लिए 35 लाख देने पड़ेंगे. But then all those features are possible. Or in Oracle, then auto increment में I can go in reverse also. N9876. वो सब options possible है. I can have alphanumeric also. A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3. Not possible in MySQL. MySQL में इतना ही है. I'll demonstrate it. Don't write this wait. Pankaj, does that answer your question? Auto increment?
Yes,
Was
sir.
it you only?
Yes.
Pankaj had asked how to use auto increment with primary key. I demonstrated. I'll demonstrate it. Fingers crossed. I hope this works. So let me open your workbench. कमांड चलेगा कि नहीं चलेगा? नानी बेड लगाना है?
चलेगा सर.
चल गया. So now let's insert a row into EMP. I'll insert into EMP. I won't specify employee number. I'll specify e-name. I won't specify SAL. I'll specify department number. Of course, I will give commission and mobile number. And I'll specify the values. Name is Amit. Or let's say take name as Pankaj. Name is Pankaj, department number is 1. Commission is 30,000. And mobile number is 1234. Whatever. Let's see what happens. After inserting this row, if I say select star from EMP, see the screen, employee number 1 has come automatically. SAL 7,000 has come automatically. Okay? Let's insert one more row. Don't write, just wait. Let me insert one more row. Let's insert Sakshi, department number 2, commission 50,000, mobile number 4321, whatever, doesn't matter. Now if I do select star from EMP, can you see 2 has come? Again, SAL is 7,000. Now see the fun. Suppose I delete the first row. Suppose I delete the first row. And then I insert a new row again. Will I get 1 again?
No.
No.
It will continue from 3. It will continue from 3. It will continue from 3. After inserting one more row, now if I say select star from EMP, now you have a missing number. Now you have a missing number. So update delete has no commit or effect on auto increment. It simply goes on increasing. If you delete a row, that's your problem. And as I mentioned, normally we don't delete a row. Na? If employee has left the organization, make him ex-employee, make him retired. Why do you want to delete the row? You can't have missing numbers. You have to account for every number. In a banking software, if you have missing numbers, you can go to jail for it. Yes, Saurabh, you can reuse employee number 1, but then you'll have to insert it manually. But वो मगजमारी क्यों करना? Delete मत करना. Ganesh is asking, as discussed, in foreign key for invalid entry, insert check, rollback. ये मेरे को समझा नहीं गया. Chaitanya is saying we can use auto increment in sign up, sign in. ये भी मेरे को नहीं समझा. Dheeraj is asking, have you watched Peaky Blinders? No, I have not. Done. Would you like to write it? I hope I answered everyone's questions. गणेश एंड चैतन्य, आपका क्वेश्चन समझ भी नहीं आया मेरे।
सर जैसे फॉरेन की में अगर इनवैलिड एंट्री हो तो इंसर्ट तो करता है, बाद में चेक करके रोल बैक करके एरर देता है, तो जो चेक में होगा तो
That will apply
check
for all
constraint में-
constraints. That will apply for all constraints.
हाँ, लेकिन चेक में एंट्री करते समय ये रिस्ट्रिक्ट करेगा या फिर ऐसा ही होगा, इंसर्ट होगा फिर चेक होगा फिर रोल बैक करेगा?
तो फिर चेक होगा फिर रोल बैक होगा।
ओके, तो दोनों में प्रोसेस सेम होगा?
In all constraints.
ओके।
Yes, Anurag, even if you've given default value for Sal, it doesn't stop you from entering your own value. Just ensure that the value that you enter manually satisfies the check constraint. Should be between 5,000 and 3 lakh. So Ganesha answered. Chaitanya, you want to ask your question again?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I meant to say that if we use auto increment as a primary key in sign up module, then we can use that now. That's my question.
Yeah. Use it anywhere, yeah. Use it for employee number, use it for bill number, use it for number.
Yes.
Use it for page numbering when you take a printout. Use it wherever you want.
Yes, while signing, it gets help by searching.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It will help. That's a good way of using it.
So,
Yes.
so why use that line check status in, status char one default key? What is the need of that line?
Status char one. Char is the data type. No? And default key means when I insert a new row, if I don't specify the value for status, it will take default value T for temporary.
Can we give it other value, any alphabet rather than PP or R?
No, I've given
Because
a check.
it's-
I've given a check constraint. No?
Okay. Okay, so got it.
If I've given the check constraint, user is restricted to enter TP or R. Anything else will not be allowed. The funny thing about check constraint is the command works in MySQL, but the option has not been enabled. You understand what I said? This command works, but if you try entering the status as ABCD also, it will allow because you don't have the licensed version, no? You have the free version of MySQL. So this particular constraint has not been enabled. Yes, Bhushan. After reaching the upper limit of n, it's not going to work. You can't insert more rows in EMP. So that is a requirement. You should declare it as big N. No? Understood, Bhushan?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Then it will work beyond the limit of int. It will work up to 9.9 into 10 to the power 128. That's the upper limit for auto input. If you need to enter a number beyond that, 9.9, 10 to the power 128, either you enter it as a character string or you use Oracle RDBMS. No, Saurabh, it won't accept because status is care of one. Now, how can you put TP or PP? You can enter only one character. It will give an error, Sagar. It will not auto convert. It will give an error. Scroll down to make use of default value and auto increment. Note down the insert statement. Finish writing. May I erase this create table?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
You can also note down what I've given here inside the whiteboard. What all is allowed in check constraint. In check constraint, what all is allowed? In check constraint, you can use all this. May I rub this? Speaking purely about check constraint, speaking purely about check constraint, if you want, another point which you may want to write is, this is example of column level check constraint. Even this is example of column level check constraint. Even this is example of column level check constraint, whereas this is example of table level check constraint. If two or more columns are involved, I need to specify at the end of the string. That's table level. So the above three are column level check constraint. This is table level check constraint. Sakshi is asking, can we use auto increment only with primary key? No. You can use it with regular columns also. Doesn't have to be with primary key. I can give employee number as auto increment and I need not give primary. No problem. It will work.
Yes.
Let's do a new topic. Let's do a small topic before we stop today. Being a Sunday, you need some time off. Let's talk about system tables. Let's restrict our discussion to MySQL. How many system tables are there in MySQL? 63. They store complete information about the database. So that's the advantage for us, no? You don't have to remember what users are there. You can say select start from user. You don't have to remember what tables you created. You can say show tables. You don't have to remember what is the structure of table. You can describe EMP. You don't have to remember what indexes you created. You can say show indexes from EMP. Or if you want more information, you can say select star from statistics. And which all constraints are specified, you don't have to remember. You can select star from table constraints. Which constraint is for which column, you don't have to remember. Select star from key column usage. And earlier when we covered the topic of privileges, that is grant and revoke. What privileges have you granted others? What privileges have you received from others? You don't have to remember. Just say select star from table underscore privileges. And you'll get to find out what you have granted and what you have received. So system tables, they store complete information about the database. Where are your system tables stored? System tables are stored in information schema. They are there in this database. They are there in this schema. They are there in information underscore schema. Let's have a look. Let's see all the system tables. Let me connect to information underscore schema. After connecting to information underscore schema, if I say show tables, see the output. I'll see what all system tables are there. If you see the message below, it says 63 rows returned. These are all the system tables. I know you all are busy people, but time mile to select star karke, go through all the system tables once. We have seen some of them. All these 63 system tables are not relevant to you. All 63 system tables are relevant to your administrator, to your database administrator. For example, which table occupies how much hard disk space? That kind of information is relevant to your DBA. As a database developer, maybe 8 or 10 system tables are relevant to you, which I will point out in the coming days. The set of 63 system tables, it's known as data dictionary. I had mentioned this term earlier. Set of system tables is known as data dictionary. It's also known as database catalog. It's also known as catalog. It's known as database catalog. So if someone asks you, refer to data dictionary, refer to database catalog, find out which users are there, what they are implying is refer to system table. Which system table will you refer to? User. Select star from user. You'll get to see which users you've created. So which are some of the system tables we have seen? We have seen statistics. Even dual is a system table, no? But dual is a dummy table, so I would not list it here. These are some of the system tables that we have seen. A few more I will show you next week in the coming days. What theory? One thing about all your system tables, all system tables are read-only. Agreed? Can I insert rows in system tables? No, you can only select from them. Insert, update, delete is not allowed. How do you all manage to sit here from morning 9 till evening 8, 9 o'clock? Data dictionary is only system tables. And of course, the data inside the system tables there. आदत हो गई सब लोग बोल रहे हैं कोई बोल रहा है मजबूरी बोल रहा है गुड पैकेज के लिए बैठना पड़ता है तो 9 बजते खाना खा के सब लोग लेटते होंगे they leave the back for but it's more difficult for me because I have to remain seated with you continuously with my camera on. Some of you must be logging in through your mobile, must be lying down in bed and attending the session. या खड़े रह के आगे पीछे घूमते होंगे नौ के बाद बैठते हैं पढ़ाई करने साक्षी का तो विकेट गिर गया थैंक यू सुधांशु so you can only select from there. Now try to understand the next point which I'm going to write. If you can understand the next point, you will get my respect. If you don't understand the next point, don't worry about it. Try to understand what I'm saying. If I create a table, suppose I say create table EMP. Table name EMP is inserted in system tables. So afterwards, if I say show tables, I will see EMP over there. Later, suppose I say drop table EMP. If I drop my EMP table, table name EMP will be deleted from system tables. So afterwards, if I say show tables, I will not see EMP over there. Understood how your system tables are working? So DDL for you, create table, drop table, DDL for you is DML for system tables. समझे कि नहीं समझे बहुत पते की बात बता DDL for you is DML for system tables. समझे कि नहीं समझे कि शाम को 7 बजते DDL का सीधा DDL जो हो जाता है Sorry, that's a bad joke. Sorry. तुम लोग के साथ मेरा भी स्टैंडर्ड डाउन हो रहा है आजकल. DDL for you is DML for system tables. ऐसी बातें सिविल में की तो मैं को नौकरी से निकल DDLJ वाली. DDL for you is DML for system tables. Try to understand what I just said, Jnaneshwar. If I say create table EMP, that is DDL for me. When I say create table EMP, table name EMP is inserted in system tables. So that is DML for system tables, no? Then I can say show tables, I will see EMP there. Later, if I drop table EMP, drop table is DDL for me. If I say drop table EMP, table name EMP is deleted from system tables. That is DML for system tables. So later, if I say show tables, I will not see EMP there. That's what I'm implying here. Now, एक और बात सुन लो. Data is of two types. Data दो प्रकार का होता है. Keep writing. I have user data and I have system data. User data and system data. What is user data? User data is user created. What is the data that we create? There are user tables and indexes. Even index contains data, no? And that's all the data we have here. Data which is there in tables, data which is there in indexes. There is no third type of data. That's it. There's no other type of data. So there's data which is there in tables, data which is there in indexes. There's no third type of data. System data. Obviously, this is system created. Created by, when I say system, I mean MySQL. System data. System created, MySQL created, data that is there in system tables. Data that is stored in system tables. System data. System data is also known as metadata. You may have heard this term earlier. System data is also known as metadata. What is metadata? Data about data is known as metadata. And what is metadata? That we have written below. Finished. So, before we stop, what is Saurabh saying? स्टार को भी कुछ बेटा ऐसे ही कुछ कहते हैं. First, we are not saving table inside table, but information about our tables is saved in system tables. I hope that answers you. How can
Yes,
I have
sir.
table within table?
So that was the question. But yes, thank you.
Having table within table is possible in Oracle. It's known as nested table. So department table and EMP table. I can have EMP table nested inside my department table. Then no need for joins and all. Select star from department will show me department number, DNAME location, ENAME job, sal, etc. Lekin I can't compare Oracle with MySQL. You want to see how many system tables are there in Oracle? How many are there in MySQL? 63, no? In Oracle, you know how many system tables are there? Third, then don't compare Oracle with MySQL. कहाँ राजा भोग, कहाँ गंगू तेल, वैसी बात है. So what I wanted to explain to you guys before we stop, just one last thing. This is your database. This is your server. Speaking of CDAC Kharghar, this is your database server. What is the machine name? CDAC underscore Kharghar is the machine name. This is the machine name. This is what I had seen when I had gone there a couple of years ago. If they have renamed it, I don't know. And the IP address 192.168.4.31. This is the IP address of server. If they have changed it, I have no idea. Last time I went there, this is what it was. On the server hard disk, what is there? There is a partition. Yes or no? There is a partition. एक साइड पे इंडिया है, एक साइड पे पाकिस्तान है. What do I mean by partition? This is C drive. This is D drive. In C drive, we have the operating system. In the case of CDAC Kharghar, they are having Windows Server. Don't mix it up with Windows 10 and Windows 11. We have a Windows Server operating system. What is stored over here? What is there on C drive? All the files and folders are stored here. Because we are using Windows operating system. The file system is NTFS. And what is there on D drive? We have the MySQL database, software, a ready-made database has been created for all the students. A ready-made database has been created for all the students. The database name is MySQL57. Indicating that version is 5.7. What do I have here? All the user tables and all the user indexes will be stored here. For example, if Dishi creates EMP table, her table will be stored here, there, inside the Bhopal schema, inside the Bhopal database. I got Bhopal.emp here. If she creates an index for EMPL column, even index contains data, no? Suppose she creates an index IND_EMPNO. All this index data is stored here. Suppose Rishikesh creates a department table. His table is there in Pune schema. The Pune.department will be stored here. And what else is stored here? It's all mixed up, huh? Your tables, my tables. Those are scattered, huh? And don't forget, what else is stored here? Your 63 system tables are stored. And that's all the data we have. That's all the data we have. And yes, the file system here is OFS. It is different from Windows. It is something which only MySQL software can understand, something which only Oracle Corporation can understand. Windows cannot understand. This is the architecture. This architecture is fixed for Oracle also. Same thing. All RDBMSs, they follow this architecture. And that's all the data there is. और है क्या यार? There is data in my tables, data inside my indexes, and data which is there inside my system tables. This is the 30,000 feet view of my database. If I were to go on Mars or something, and I look down on Earth and look at my database, this is it. This is the 30,000 feet view. And in my course, in my online course, we are not going to have the 30,000 feet. In my online course, आप इधर डीप में जाएंगे. चलो, है तो EMP table. But how is this table stored? How was the rows stored? How are the rows scattered? पूरा मैग्नीफाइंग ग्लास लेके अपन उसको स्टडी करेंगे फिर. ये है डेटाबेस. Done. Any questions? Sakshi, did she finish drawing it?
Yes, sir.
So let me rub this, let me close this, and let us stop here for today. We'll stop here for today. So I want to see the order total, area wise, rep wise, customer wise, product wise. And there are some guidelines. Please follow these guidelines. एक 70-80 घंटे का प्रोजेक्ट है. So you can do it alone or you can do it in a group of 4-5 people, 10 people, whatever works. ठीक है, तो मैं आपकी इजाजत चाहूंगा.